Yo! Hold on, give me a second here. We'll get back to it. Is my controller still working? It is. Okay, hold on. Let me get cozy. Okay. Let me just change the title because there's no way we're doing Silent Hill 3. This is gonna be 24 hours, I'd say, when we get to the end of this, if we do Born from a Wish. Yeah, I thought maybe I'd be able to get like halfway through Silent Hill 3, but that was a misjudgment. Well, maybe then I'd do half of it and then finish it off the day afterwards, but no, at this rate, I think we'll just do 1 and 2, but we'll do Born from a Wish. Do we make another Silent Hill 3 stream? Or do we make SH3 another stream? I don't know. Maybe I'll feel like coming back and doing a 3 stream, or maybe I'll just leave it with the little SH1 and 2 marathon this time. Maybe I'll come back and do a Silent Hill 3 and 4 marathon a bit later. We'll see. I'm not really sure. Not really sure what my plans are. Is it over? Oh, you can't see the game? Hold on. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. Okay, so we are ready to go. We got our old bronze key, and we're about to head to the Historical Society. We have our Book of Lost Memories, our white chrism. For the UFO ending, I think there's just 2 more. There's just 2 more places to use this. There's the... We used it in the hospital. Later, I need to use it outside the hotel. And then later at the end of the hotel when we're in our hotel room. And I think that's it for the UFO ending. We won't just be doing the UFO ending, though. We'll do a main ending, too. I'm kind of shooting for the Maria ending. I hope I get that one. The early days of Toluca. That will certainly be true. We're going back to the 1800s. Any upcoming releases? What's scheduled to come out later this year? But I still need to play some of the recent releases that I'm interested in. Baldur's Gate 3, Alan Wake 2, possibly. Dragon's Dogma, although I need to play Dragon's Dogma 1 as well. I'd like to play that before trying out the second one. Silk Song, I'm not really all that interested in Silk Song. That's the Hollow Knight expansion, isn't it? Like, it'll probably be good. I'm just not like... I was never that crazy about Hollow Knight. I thought it was a good game, but like I didn't get super into it or anything like that. But maybe I'll check out Silk Song. Yeah, I might check that out. A Ballad of Gay Tony. Yeah, we'll... that's getting into other territory, but that will be something that I stream. Obviously, it's not a new release. Stellar Blade, maybe. I don't really know anything about Stellar Blade, but I see it's getting a lot of attention. Alan Wake 2 again, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't crazy about the first Alan Wake, and I still haven't finished it, and I really started to wear on me. I'm thinking I might just watch a story recap on YouTube because, yeah, that gameplay wasn't really doing it for me. And I wasn't invested enough in the story to want to push through the gameplay either. But yeah, I hear the second one is better. So that's good. Miss Cupcakes, thank you very much for the happy anniversary. How's it going? Good to see you. The Alien Isolation retry will definitely happen. But that wonderful combat cost there, yeah, and those painfully dull environments. My God, does Alan Wake have boring, boring environments. The occasional interesting one, but Jesus, those dark forests with that dark blue, black color palette. Just very boring with those endless encounters. Okay, are we ready to step foot inside the Historical Society? Thank you very much, Miss Cupcakes. Cheers. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out at some point, Mepaz. It's not like the first game completely turned me off the idea of checking out the sequel. I still do want to check it out. Just because of all the praise that it received. I'm intrigued. Hey, welcome back, Storm. I've always thought this was a kind of mysterious picture up here. Are those windows or are those like some kind of boxes being held up by the ceiling? I always thought they were like these high windows and that was kind of weird, but I don't think that is what is being depicted. Let me get really close to my screen. I want to see what it is. Hold on. Wait, no, they are windows. They are windows. That's an interesting looking room. And some kind of chest at the bottom in the middle of the room. Let's save. Yeah, it almost looks like some kind of fort or something, some old medieval style building. I like those highly placed windows. Is it a secret room with a chest that exists in game? It is certainly not. This is not a room that exists in the game. It kind of does remind me of the top of the hotel, like the roof of the hotel or something, but no, it doesn't really resemble the roof of the hotel at all. Um, we will be seeing another painting in here shortly, which will be a place in the game, but that isn't one of them. Oh, Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. Pretty sick. Kind of cool. The first time we see him with the spear is in this picture and not in gameplay. Up until now, you only see him with the sword, or rather the knife, the great knife, or if we want to be really accurate, the scissors. But they call it a knife, so you know. But yeah, here he is with his spear. When we see him later, this is what he'll be carrying. Maybe it looks more like a stake. Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Cool Man. Cheers. Enjoy your free sub, Cool Man. What do we have here? We don't see the picture, but we can see the explanation. Only the explanation remains. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date of birth and death unknown. A scene of this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There are a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. Up here, you can see a load of Japanese guys. Again, I'm going to get close to the screen because I want to see if I can recognize any of them. I think I remember wondering before if these were like the developers, but I don't remember recognizing any of them. Hold on. I bet they are the developers. They give me that kind of vibe, but I can't really make them out. It's too unclear. A photo is hanging here. Wilt's coal mine. That's all we get. Yeah, it almost does look like the spear is coming out of the painting, doesn't it? Okay, we're not going to go down there just yet. What are you looking at, James? An obsidian goblet. Ancient looking goblet carved from pure obsidian. Found it in the old museum. A snake is carved into its stem. Nothing useful written. Nothing particularly special about this photograph. A photo is hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. And over here he is. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous person in town. Yeah, that's all we get. I have a feeling this was the guy sending me messages. There's a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? And there's a room that we will be going to later on. If you keep that in mind, we'll be seeing this in a few minutes. Alright. It's time. I've always really liked the word goblet. Cool, man. Goblet. Will we walk the whole way? See how long it takes? I think walking it takes like 5 minutes. I give up. I love how the looping becomes more frequent. We're getting closer. We're getting somewhere. Some kind of document is lying here. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. I can't read the rest. What is this? Oh man, the sound design in the prison. So good. It's the whole mesh of sounds that we get later. Like the dripping water, the clanking, and then all the lying figures and the monster sounds. All of it combined. It starts to get pretty oppressive. Oh, yeah, the sound here too. Like a tightening rope, a tightening noose. Ugh. Or just the sound of someone hanging from a noose. That's what it always makes me think of. Probably has something to do with the pictures we see here too, and what they talk about. A photo is hanging here. Toluca prison camp. Built during the Civil War, later became Toluca Prison. Yeah, Vlad, they really try to get you to imagine the smell here later too, which is great. A photo is hanging here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. And what we see here is an image of skewering. And it kind of looks like lying figures in the picture from here. Lying figures being skewered. Looks like they're being skewered through like tree branches. Looks like they're out in a forest. Unless I'm just not seeing things correctly. Yeah, I think strangling might be the better option. A painting is hanging here. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. And if you look at this picture up close, you can see two executioners. One of them wearing a pyramid-like hat. Actually, wait, are they both wearing square hats? Let me check. No, one of them is wearing a pretty pyramid-like hat. Okay, I'll take that. Here we are. The hole is dark and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? I love the result of this. Yeah. Maybe not a good idea. Now you're stuck in a well. I think this can really make people feel claustrophobic on a first playthrough. If you can't figure out what to do straight away. No doors, nothing. But if we go up to the wall and try and interact with it, any part of it, it's just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this. But what about another part of the wall? Huh? This is different. Just this spot here feels different than the rest of the wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. Yeah, the fact that you can interact with this wall is a clue in itself. Because there's nothing else you can do. I was stuck here for 5 minutes. How are you supposed to figure out how to break the wall? Well, I think figuring out how to break the wall is easy. You know, you just use an item. Um, you smack it with your weapons. But that's probably not what you meant to say. You probably meant to ask how you're supposed to figure out that you're supposed to break the wall. Or that how you're supposed to figure out that there is a breakable portion of it. Yeah, I remember figuring that out quite quickly. Just again, like I was saying, given that you could interact with the wall, that in itself kind of served as a hint, I thought. I guess for me it was just intuitive like that. That there's nothing else to do in the place. You quickly run out of all other options, so all you have left available to you is to just keep interacting with different parts of the wall. Because, yeah, there's nothing else. Nothing else you can do. You quickly run out of options. I thought the game soft-locked me as a kid, so I restarted and got stuck in the game for like 3 days. That's rough. Yeah, I mean, maybe I did get stuck there for a bit, but I don't remember. I don't remember ever getting too stuck in Silent Hill 2. I think I got stuck in the apartments at the start of the game, exploring the apartments. You know, there's one thing I should show more often when I do the apartments. If you try and interact with Angela before meeting Eddie, I remember I remember you getting a strange little interaction where the game will refuse to let you into the area where you meet Angela. It won't say the door is locked. It'll say there's some mysterious force preventing you from opening the door or something like that. And I think it's because it's if you could go through and meet Angela, you'd be able to get all 3 of the coins before meeting Eddie, meaning you could finish the apartment building before meeting Eddie. But they want you to meet Eddie. They don't want that to be an optional scene. Yeah, and I think it's kind of easy for the game to fuck you over there because I don't think that door appears as a usual locked door on the map. Or maybe it does. I don't know. Anyway, it's a weird little thing if you try and meet Angela before Eddie. There's a door at the bottom. The door is locked. This room. I got the spiral writing key. And as soon as we pick this up, we lose our battery. We lose our power. I press the switch, but nothing happens. Oh, that's cool. I forgot about that. You get a little flash. He tries to turn it back on, but no, nothing. We picked up a key. Key with a slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. The cylinder is engraved with spiral writing. It says, "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." We did find this battery earlier. Got it in the hospital room. Just an ordinary dry cell battery. Oh god. And now it's just trial and error for this puzzle. Hold on. Oh, am I going to have to use my mouse for this? Hold on. I bet it's going to be the last one I pick. Nice. And of course, this is where we use our spiral writing key in this spiraling room here. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Will you go down?
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Yeah. What do we have here? It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. This always reminds me of the Walter Sullivan memo. The guy in a prison who stabs himself in the neck with a soup spoon. That doesn't really look like a soup spoon next to him, but guy in a prison lying dead in a cafeteria with a spoon beside him. So we jump down into the abyss and we meet Eddie down here. What else can we find? Health drink. Tablet of the gluttonous pig. I wonder who that symbolizes. And this crazy little picture at the back of the room. If you look at this picture here, if I can get a shot of it. Look at the bottom right of the picture. Or, well, first of all, look at the picture as a whole. It is this room that we are in right now. And if you look at the bottom right of the picture, you can see the table at the back of the room, and that guy is in the picture. You can see the bloody mess on the table. See how red it is? And at the center of the picture, you have the picture. The picture is in the picture. I wonder if it's possible to see the guy again in the second picture at the back of the room. If you look close enough. It's probably just a blurry mess. Let's see, what's on the menu? Grilled frankfurters, hot chili, frankfurter rolls, banana pudding, buttered carrots, mustard, parsley potatoes, something fried, sauerkraut, pot fried, that was what it was. Okay, let's save. Yeah, and once again, when we meet Eddie, he's right next to a dead body. Just like in the apartments with the fridge. The guy hanging out of the fridge, he denies killing him. But with this guy, he admits to it. Or was it even that guy in the scene? Was that who James was pointing to in the CG scene in the FMV? I think it was, right? Wait a second, I want to get my map. Oh man, I'm getting tired. I'm struggling to remember things. Here we get the tablet of the seductress inside the shower. Hello there. You coming in? Don't be shy. Tablet of the Gluttonous Pig. Drawn on one side. Found in the dining room. Metal tablet with seductress drawn on one side. Found it in the shower room. I think this sound only plays here in this cell. Or maybe just on this side of the room. Does it play here? Oh, it does. I still want to know why they made the tablet art Mesoamerican style. Is that it? That's the specific style? One second, I lost my control again. Oh man. Yeah, I always thought it had a really sort of Aztec look about it, without being super familiar with Aztec stuff. Always kind of gave me that vibe. Love this cell here. Just covered in shit. Look at this. Jars and books and clipboards and journals. Shit drawn all over the walls. Candles and chalices. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. And we even get to read the titles for some of these books. Black Magic from the Abyss. Resurrection of the Dead. The Chronicle of Agrippa. Manuscript of the Iron Rings. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. Am I getting drowned out by the game, by the way? I'm curious. If I am, I'll turn it down a bit. A bit. Okay, let me know how it is. Hold on. So here we get a wax doll. Yeah, you can just let me know as I keep playing. On Sacrifice and the Art of Demon Summoning, Tome of the Seer. The Feast of the Succubi, the Fallen Angels of Mercy and Favor. This is the most fucking metal thing in the game right here. Hey, cheers, Blind. What's the voice saying? Ritual. Ritual. And this is the guy with the voice, but he's invisible. And I think I killed him. We'll come back here later. $436 people at a recital. What does this mean? No fucking idea. Burning Man. This is the Lakeview Hotel, which we'll be going to later. The final area of the game. And interesting that it's on fire, because we will see it in a burned down state. Not initially, though. Not when we first arrive. Woman in Flight. Really looks like a kid's drawing. That's interesting, Vlad. Yeah, the tablets are used in that sense too, right? You offer them up to the... You offer them up for execution. Each of the tablets representing James, Eddie, and Angela, and the three nooses that correspond with them. Of course, you also place the 3 tablets down to an image of 2 pyramid heads as well. I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the developers' kids that drew that. In Silent Hill 3, they do use pictures that their kids drew. In the church, the map was drawn by a child. And I think some of the other stuff as well was drawn by a child in 3. And finally, we get the Tablet of the Oppressor. Metal tablet with the oppressor drawn on one side. Found it in the cell. So, the gluttonous pig is obvious. We find this in the cafeteria with Eddie, where we meet Eddie. This one represents him. This one, the seductress, represents Angela. You might think it might represent Maria because she's more like a, you know, she's the overt seductress within the story, but no, I think it's Angela. I think it's how Angela saw herself and what she was led to believe due to what her mother told her about deserving her sexual abuse, that she was inviting it. And the oppressor is James. And they really hammer this home almost literally, because we now have to oppress our way out of this cell. If we try and open it, I can't force it open. Yes, you can. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. James is the oppressor, all right. I guess that image as well is not so dissimilar to what we see later, you know, standing above the figure, almost in a smothering kind of position, suppressing this person. But yeah, getting back to what you were talking about in chat, maybe about the idea of sacrifice. You know, now we have to offer these up for execution. Let's go back. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins is written on top of the engraving. Beneath the engraving are 3 square depressions. And here we see the 2 executioners. And this guy in the middle being hung up. If we look up here, we see 3 nooses. And we have our 3 tablets. I don't think we get any comment from James if we walk up here. Oh, we do. There are 3 ropes hanging from the scaffold. Oh my god. Sometimes it can get really close. Dog, if you want to see some really cool Mayan tablets of prisoners being offered up for sacrifice and bloodletting rituals, Mexico Gallery of the British Museum has Yaquilin lintels. Cool. Maybe I'll go take a look. Okay, let's stick them in. And now when we decide to leave, it's kind of cool how they do this. We don't get any key straight away. To get our reward here, we have to run back to the door, and this horseshoe is wrapped around the handle. This is our reward. This is what appears after we insert those tablets. Really weird, isn't it? What is the deal with the horse? Is there any deeper significance to this? The horse and the tablets. The horse is completely invisible as well, by the way. This is not a real physical thing that you can see here. All it is sound. Always thought the walls here looked kind of interesting as well. These tiles, these square tiles. Up here too. Jesus. Nothing else here? Hey, what's up, Mudok and Pop? I think there might be one ritual friend left for you. Hold on. I don't think I killed both of them. Yeah, here he is. There you go. Oh, he's not doing it anymore. Is he stuck? No, he's not. Oh, you can kind of see something. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that was just awkward shadows. Lobai Kimi. Thank you. Right. Where have I not checked? Oh, this is some good filth in this room. Look at this dirt. Look at that dirty window. Isn't it beautiful? Jesus Christ, the fucking state of this place. I knock on the door, but there's no answer. Nobody home? That's random. That won't always play when you walk away from that bathroom stall. You could play the game once and not get it. Then on a second playthrough, you think you're fine, and then it fucking hits you. There's like 2 jump scares in this game. That's one of them. Sound again. Isn't this supposed to be like the engine of a ship or something? What do we have here? I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew, has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Love the spooky ghost stories. The spooky myths. Oh man. There's a diary here. This one's really easy to miss because you really just have to poke yourself into this little corner of the bookshelf here. Doesn't really look like anything standing out or anything particularly unique, but yeah. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be villains at all. Even the most uneducated brute will use what little words he knows to justify himself. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. Prisoners, too, are no exception. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. Damn, this guy has a pretty low opinion of prisoners. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. Prisoners, too, are no exception. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. This smug bastard, I know, isn't he? He's really getting off on this. Getting all fucking flowery here. Oh man. Handgun bullets, more ritualistic stuff here. Little chalices and candles. We got a hunting rifle. There's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there was probably once a handle. Well, there's only one solution. Burn this candle wax to melt it, and then stick this handle inside and wait for it to cool and turn it into a big handle that you can stick inside. There you go. Magic. As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. Love the sound here, that low rumble. Combined with that very faint sort of bell sound, that high-pitched bell. That ringing. I love this. As the further we go down, the older and more decayed everything gets. Everything starts to become... Everything goes off. Everything gets more and more rotten. Everything starts to feel a lot more dead. Oh dear God. Did that just move, or was it only my imagination? The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. My God. In the hole. I didn't see that. Damn, that must have been pretty bad for James to have that reaction. I love this detail as well on the ground. You can see where the gurneys have been wheeled around. These stains here. Wheel marks. Being pushed through the blood. This corpse into this hole. Damn, look at how crusty that blood is. That is a thick layer of blood and guts stuck to that wall. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? Will you go down? Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Yes. Maybe you should wash your hands, actually. There's a sink right there. Before you drop down, just lean over and turn on the tap. You could probably lean over and turn that on, couldn't you? Fuck it, go down. Oh my god. Okay, next area. So now we've arrived at the labyrinth. There is no map to be found for this area. The map for this area simply manifests as we make our way through it. This area is just a maze. I can't get through here because of the wire stretched across the path. Oh, hello. Oh, 2 in 1. Nice. Hey, there we go. Love how it draws the map as you go. Yeah, it ties in nicely with this place just being completely born out of our mind. How we're just deep down in the abyss of our own mind here. There are no real maps. It's just forming out of nowhere, out of thin air. Yeah, it really highlights how far from reality we've gone now. Okay, let's go down this way. Look what we have here. It's kind of funny here how they spell it out to you almost. They tell you what the great knife is. On a plate covered in scissors. If you look really closely at the model for the great knife as well, you can see that there's a little hole at the top where you would stick the pin through to connect it to the other scissor blade. But yeah, that's what the great knife is. It's a scissor blade. It's one half of a scissor blade. Surrounded by all these other surgical scissors here. Shotgun shells. What we see here as well is kind of reminiscent of the painting, right? Those cages that were hung up with these bodies. Do it, James. Do it. Do it. He doesn't want to do it. Maybe you can only do it in more normal areas. Maybe he won't do it in the second half of the game. Huh. There it is. Why won't he scream in here? Yeah, cool, man. That's interesting. I guess the most obvious way to interpret it would be, again, Pyramid Head being a sort of healer in a twisted way, a twisted doctor. Giving you your medicine. Where are you, Pyramid Head? Show yourself. Here he is. Originally, this whole idea about the great knife was going to be much more fleshed out, or well, maybe not much more fleshed out, but I remember Ito commenting on it. I think he said he just didn't have time to include the everything he wanted to do. But I think originally the idea was that you would be getting one half of the scissor blade, where Pyramid Head would have the other half, and it would become clear to the player that that was the case, that you were seeing like one half of the blade. Maybe drawing a clearer parallel there between Pyramid Head and James. I wish I could remember his tweet about it now, but yeah, he spoke about it. And I think the idea was designed to make it clearer as well that this was um, a scissor blade. Um. Okay, let's see. Where am I going? Sorry, I'm just getting really fucking tired here. It's hard to think. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I love just the unreality of this puzzle here. We have this room. With these openings here. And we can just simply turn the room around by turning this cube. This cube corresponds with the room. We turn it one way, it goes one way. Now it's completely blocked off. Just spinning it up 180 should put this on the opposite side, I think. Like that. Nope. My bad. Fuck. Hey.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then
James, what are you talking about?
just before, don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
It's like he's put in a trance at the end here. And she goes back and sits on the bed. The bed, of course, is significant. We'll see later. Seems like it's supposed to be a recreation of Mary's hospital bed. I think even the chair might be significant too. I can't remember. Is that the same bedside chair that we see at the end when they have their reconciliation? Although we probably won't be seeing that in this playthrough if we get the Maria ending. So here she is alive again, and this time for the first time seeming to just become Mary, showing that she has Mary's memory, speaking as if she is Mary. And then again, darting back and forth between all her different personalities, different sides of Mary. I think they said this was the first scene that, like, this was where the whole game started in terms of their, with regards to the ideas that they had when they started the development on Silent Hill 2. That the whole game was born from this scene. This was the first scene they thought of, was just this vision of Mary switching, this vision of Maria suddenly switching between personalities. I think, anyway, I think that's what they've said in interviews. Let me catch up with chat here. She actually almost reminds me of James in one moment during that scene. Just with how James looks at the start of the game, you know, where he has shadows completely covering his eyes when he's looking in the mirror at himself. I think there's a shot of Maria there that's kind of similar, where you just can't really see her eyes at all. Which I guess is just toying around with her identity, who she really is. When we come back, we get this wire cutter. Yeah, cool, man. That's pretty much what I was getting at. You're saying it a bit more eloquently there. You can read it as similar to being what Pyramid Head is doing too. Like he's a kind of doctor who's going to force this guy painfully and with a lot of blood to face the music, regardless of the moral questions surrounding it. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Oh man, sorry about all the tiredness at the moment, but it's to be expected when you're up for 20 hours now. Okay, we're getting there at least. That's the worst part about streaming for this long. At a certain point, you just kind of lose your ability to think and speak properly. You become a lot more limited. Legion. Isn't Legion, that's by the same guy who wrote The Exorcist, right? Is that a film directed by your man, William Peter Blatty, or whatever his name is? That's his name, right? Blatty? I think it's Blatty, isn't it? Oh no, Legion is Exorcist 3. The book is Legion, and the film is Exorcist 3. If he made a book. That's one thing. One interesting thing about The Exorcist 3 is that the film is also directed by the guy who wrote the book. You can really feel it too when you're watching it. It feels like a film directed by a writer. Lots of long conversations between characters in rooms and long monologues. Have I seen the Legion cut, the extended cut of The Exorcist 3? I'm not sure if I have. Wow. This is a perfect area for my brain right now. This is kind of how I feel right now. This music. I feel like this music could put me in a trance at the moment. Okay, I think I'm on the right track here. Look at this fucking place. No. Yeah, I'm not sure, Storm. I've seen the film a couple of times since then as well, so I might have seen the other cut. I can't remember. The Exorcist 3 is Jeffrey Dahmer's favorite movie of all time, by the way. And I think an actor in the film was also another serial killer. I'm pretty sure there's an actor in the Exorcist 3 that was a lesser known serial killer. So yeah, that's some weird trivia for The Exorcist 3. Maybe I'm thinking of another film, but no, I'm pretty sure it's definitely Jeffrey Dahmer's favorite movie. But I think the thing about the serial killer actor is also true. Oh, in the first Exorcist film, one of the actors became a serial killer. Okay. When William Friedkin arrived on one of the set locations for Sorcerer, all of the townspeople started fleeing the area, and he asked one of his crew or one of his manager guys that was with him, "What's going on? Why are all these people leaving?" And he was told the director of The Exorcist has arrived. The whole village fled because the director of The Exorcist had arrived in town. And he was there to film maybe the craziest fucking set piece that's ever been filmed for a movie. The bridge scene in Sorcerer. It's insane. There's just this wild practical stunt where they crossed this unbelievably rickety bridge on a truck. But yeah, people went hysterical over The Exorcist when it came out. The male nurse in the first film. When Reagan is in the hospital, he was a real serial killer targeting the gay cruising scene in New York City. And then Friedkin made a film inspired by him called Cruising. Right, I was just going to say, I had no idea that he made the film due to all of that. That's what also inspired him to make Cruising. I wouldn't mind seeing Cruising again. I've only seen that once before when we did it for movie nights. Sorcerer is amazing. It's crazy how that film was panned when it first came out. I think it has to be his best movie. Hey, what's up, JMP? Doing okay? I'm doing okay, I guess. I'm very tired, but I'm doing all right. I'm getting there. I'm on the final stretch now. Okay, we have arrived at the end of the labyrinth here. This absolute maze. Well, we're almost at the end. There's a newspaper on the ground. It's stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible. The body of a man, later identified as Thomas Orozco Lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the something room, I think the living room or something, lying face up, face down. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but instead, or something, not a crime of robbery, but a crime of passion, is what it's saying there. I'm not exactly sure how they're phrasing it exactly, but that's what's being said. This is all about Angela's father. Angela's surname is Orozco. And this is telling us how Angela murdered her father. Stab wounds, most likely with the knife, you would think. The same knife that she gave us, the blood-stained knife. I'm right. The full thing is on the wiki. Oh yeah. I'm very familiar with it. The text here. Okay, I think I'm ready to continue. I love what they do here with the visual. We start off with the paper outside the room, and then when we go through, another paper up ahead. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest. But this one has today's date. That's kind of strange. And then as we get closer and closer, more and more newspapers start to appear. And up ahead, it looks like they're just completely covering the door up ahead. As we get closer to Angela herself.
Daddy, please don't!
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
I'm not sure if this is an intentional parallel, but for the first time when Angela said liar there, it really reminded me of James when he calls Laura out for lying. When Laura comes out with that information on Mary that conflicts with his own timeline, which contradicts his whole story. But yeah, here we get this horrifying scene with this creature, abstract daddy. This creature is, and if you look closely at this monster, you can see that it's one larger figure on top of a smaller figure. And what we're seeing in this room is, I think, supposed to be like a recreation of her bedroom in some twisted sense, in some abstract sense. The TV that's in the corner of the room. The monster itself being the bed in the room. You know, this frame with two figures on top of it. Just so horrible. These lovely holes. I always thought the door was kind of disturbing here too, as well. Even just this kind of metal door, like something you'd see in a, you know, out in a shed or something. Ugh, even the footsteps here, man. These sort of sludgy sounds. It's interesting as well how this abstract daddy, this boss enemy, it becomes one of James's monsters. It's Angela's monster. We come in here and we're both able to interact with it. Maybe we see it as something different. Maybe to Angela it looks something more like Maria. You know how Maria looks like this sort of recreation of Mary to us? But we never see any other character interact with Maria. Maybe if someone else was to see Maria, they'd, you know, she'd look like some kind of hideous abomination. I kind of like to think that maybe that's what's happening here, that James is seeing it as this thing, whereas to Angela it might look a lot more like her actual father, less like a monster, or maybe not. Maybe they're both seeing it the same way. But interesting that it then becomes one of James's monsters. We see it in the hotel. And I used to think that, oh, maybe that's just because Angela is nearby and it's still just supposed to be us interacting with Angela's monster. But considering all of the parallels they draw between James and Angela, or rather maybe James and Angela's father, with James always taking on this role of the the dangerous male, this domineering man that's putting her in danger. I think there's probably supposed to be more to it, that you are supposed to be looking at this through James's lens as well, with maybe this larger, a larger figure smothering a smaller figure. Maybe you could compare it to James and Mary in a way. On a bed as well, smothering Mary while she's lying in bed. James the oppressor, like the tablet that we get. I used to always just apply the monster to Angela's psychology and everything that's going on with her, but no, considering becomes James's own monster too, there's more to it. It's supposed to say something about him too, I think, as much as it's supposed to say something about Angela. Because he always does kind of take the role of her father in these scenes, or someone who could become someone like her father. Angela's always afraid of James being that person. And in this scene, yeah, she goes all the way and calls him out for being this this sexual deviant. That, oh, I know what you're up to. I know what you want from me. It's always the same. You're just like him. You don't care about your wife. You probably found someone else. She dishes it all out. Anyway, I think I want to leave this room now. Or we could keep looking at these holes and this lovely flesh and listening to this sound. Even the way the walls are caving in over there on this side. Oh man. Hold on, let me catch up with the chat here as well. What do you want about Cool Man? Reading it as killing her. What are you talking about here? The looking at Abstract Daddy as a representation of James and Mary in a way as well. Yeah, again, I'm just kind of throwing out ideas here, but yeah, I definitely think I'm in the right area with this, or in some sense applying it to James and Angela, even if James didn't really abuse Angela. But yeah, there's you have all these parallels between the characters, James and Angela, James and Angela's father, and everything that happened there as opposed to everything that happened with James and Mary. Reading it as killing her makes sense that way, but also just James attempting to have the worst sex ever with Mary because she's sick, but he's going without and he wants it. That is really fucked up, but yeah. Yeah, Mary becoming physically unappealing is a big part of the whole thing. The fact that it was this skin disease that made her look monstrous. I think there's even a scene later, a flashback, where she tells James not to look at her because she looks like a monster. And then you see her at the end of the game and it's like, uh, horrifying what happened to her. You know, her skin is just completely fucked. You're never told exactly what the condition was, but yeah, it destroyed her looks. Kind of a gross thing to imagine, having this thing writhing around on top of you selfishly. This is a spooky, comfy stream. Right now, it's a really horrible stream. But yeah, let's get out of this room. There was no need to stay in there for that long. Let's check these rooms. I love this puzzle here. Just the whole presentation of it visually. Again, I love how much they play around with the complete unreality of these areas down in the prison and the abyss and the labyrinth. It's just like they don't have to play by any rules anymore. Just stick fucking 6 floating bodies in the air here. His face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hanged for the crime of bodily injury. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of kidnapping. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of swindling. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of arson. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of counterfeiting. Justice and revenge have been served. And finally, this man was hanged for the crime of thievery. Justice and revenge have been served. Okay. Let's see what else we can find here. He committed an evil crime. He turned a happy home into a pile of ash. For that, he should die. They also committed crimes. They tried to fraud and trick others. So their reward, too, is natural. Even he cannot be forgiven, my friend without his left hand. And so his death bothers me not. And what of him? He also is not sinless. There is only one here who is innocent. The missing child was nowhere to be found. And so there was no proof of his guilt. His death was a tragedy. That is all I wish to say. It was neither justice nor retribution. What an asshole. This guy didn't even take the time to turn it into a little rhyme or anything. And then he's just going to straight up tell me at the end. It was the kidnapper. The missing child was nowhere to be found, and so there was no proof of his guilt. His death was a tragedy, so the kidnapper. That is all I wish to say. It was neither justice nor retribution. Fuck off. Only the sinless one can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope, and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. So here we have the ropes that correspond with the bodies in the other room. They should be hanging from these ropes. But instead they're floating. So we need to find the kidnapper and then pull the corresponding rope. Where is he? Here he is. Is it game over if you pull the wrong rope? No, it's very disappointing if you pull the wrong rope, actually. It's, I really love this puzzle. We're playing on easy riddle difficulty, so it's not the best on this difficulty, because they just straight up tell you the answer, more or less. But yeah, on higher difficulties, you have to put in a bit of work to figure it out. But yeah, if you pull one of the incorrect ropes, you just have to deal with lying figures out here in the hallway. You just have to deal with a few enemies, which is a bit of a pain, but nothing crazy. Kind of disappointing. Yeah, now when we come back after pulling the correct rope, the body is gone. It has just disappeared. Key of the persecuted, except the little mask thing is still here. The death mask or whatever it is. The paper that was covering the corpse's face is lying here. Key of the persecuted. Key left by prisoner who was wrongly executed. Let's just look at the lock here. The handcuffs. Everything's very thematic down here. Everything fits with the theme of punishment and imprisonment. Pretty cool. Yeah, cool, man. I feel like it's important that he isn't reacting like that all the time. You know, it makes him just feel detached from it all. Which I think, yeah. Or detached from a lot of it. You know, he's just on his mission. Very, kind of single-minded.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no! What happened to you? Why? Why?
Love it, that long pause. There's nothing else for me in this room. I forgot to go back to visit her in the cell. Shit. We might not get the Maria ending. Let's see. I did do some anti-leave strats, though. You know, we went east. I think there's still a chance we can get it. I'm not surprised, Mr. Man. It is a pretty depressing game. Another one of my favorite little sequences here. Another amazing piece of music by Yamaoka. So eerie, ghostly. And it leads into this wild place. This indoor graveyard. This little crypt here. An epitaph is inscribed here. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed, and laid here to his eternal rest. Oh, does this door also affect it? I tried to go back once. Let's do it one more time. Maybe the previous area doesn't make a difference, actually, and it's just this one. I don't want to, but I'll have to just leave her like this. Oh, I'm not sure if that was even the dialogue the first time. Thank you for the tip. I'm not used to doing the Maria ending. The name on the tombstone is too scratched up to read. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Miriam K. Traitor. This has been one of the many unsolved mysteries. For this game, or maybe not one of the many unsolved mysteries, maybe one of the few completely unsolved mysteries where everyone is just completely clueless as to what this could be. Nobody knows anything about Miriam K. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Walter Sullivan. And over here, these graves stand out a little bit from the rest. Seems like they've just been dug up, awaiting the bodies to be laid in, to be placed in. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Eddie Dombrowski. Angela Orozco. Finally, James Sunderland. This part of the game always just makes me smile with glee. It's just such a perfect horror moment. Such a perfect horror story moment. So good. And of course, James's grave goes down a little bit deeper than the others. Next, we have to jump into our own grave. The last hole that we go down. But there is one thing about this scene that I dislike, and that's that we don't actually get to see James jump down into the hole. With all the other ones, we do. With this one, we don't. It just loads into the next area. It would have been really sick just watching him jump into the grave like he does with all the other holes. Nico. Oh, God. Oh no, Nico. Jesus Christ. I didn't realize what you were doing at first, and then I realized you're creating Silent Hill remake dialogue. That tries to diffuse tension with silly humor at every turn. Yeah, imagine you come across the grave in the remake and James starts talking to himself in the middle of gameplay. Huh! Have to jump down my own grave now? Well, that's new. Oh no, they'd never turn Silent Hill 2 into something like that. Come on, they're not going to turn it into it's just some fucking... No. That's not happening. He might talk in gameplay, and maybe he'll say the odd, "Oh fuck," which is still kind of funny to think about. But nah, they're not gonna go that far. Where they're turning it into a fucking farcical comedy. Oh fuck! Where's Mary? God damn it, Nico. I was trying to get absorbed into Silent Hill 2. I was enjoying all this moody stuff, but now you've made me laugh. Alright, back into the serious mood. Serious Silent Hill 2 time again. We're doing the slow walk. Doing the slow RP walk. This is the PC version with the fan-made enhanced edition. Ooh, I love this at the end. Everything just goes blood red. Okay. Let's do it.
Eddie, what are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James.
No, you won't. Watch this. Yeah! 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 Ha! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Woo! That's right. Oh, where was I? I will pick up some shells here. Okay, change of approach for part 2.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
Let's do it. Whoop. No, 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 no. You think you can catch up to me? You're gonna have to lose a few pounds, I think, first, Eddie. No, you're not matching this speed. Whoop. Whoa, the slow-mo. You okay there, Eddie? You alright? Eddie's broken. I don't want to kill him yet, because he does something pretty unique here after you deal some damage. There we go. See, look. Notice how the slabs of meat have that green fabric tied to them? It looks like they're wearing green shorts, the same as Eddie's. Eddie is also wearing shorts with the same color. It's very easy to miss this when you're fighting him if you're just powering through him. Oh, that was the last shot.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
No. All right, so there we go. You know, I almost think it would have been better if James just murdered Eddie within the cutscene instead of having this boss fight. Like, the boss fight itself is really not good, gameplay-wise. And it also feels just kind of silly fighting a normal human enemy in this game, I feel, that can just tank rifle bullets. I'm sure it's easy to overlook. It's a fucking video game. But just thinking of how impactful it could have been if you just saw James, like, just shoot him and kill him in a cutscene with, like, one shot, one dramatic shot. I feel like that might have served the story a bit better. But I guess it's still kind of cool what they do with the arena and the Eddie slabs of meat. These Eddie slabs that he aligns himself with, and you know, there's that little detail at least. But yeah, I guess they felt like they needed a boss fight. I guess just when I kill Eddie as the player, I'm not like, oh shit, James has just killed another person, right? Because I'm the one who's doing it, and I know this is going to be the end result of this boss fight, because that's the way it has to go. But if James was to, like, kill him in a cutscene, I feel like they could have made it more surprising in a way, you know, and had it be a bit more like, oh fuck, James just killed another guy, just killed another person. Or if you're on your first playthrough, maybe you thought it was the first person he killed. Which obviously that last scene kind of plays off of and makes you wonder about. Yeah, I don't know. Eddie's the only one that didn't have monsters. No, I think it's heavily implied that Eddie is also seeing monsters in Silent Hill and that he's killing monsters. I think they're all seeing monsters. You know, whenever you see Eddie, he's always surrounded by dead bodies. He denies that he's killing these people, but yeah, I think he's seeing monsters. Will looking at the letter affect the ending? Even if the letter is non-existent, even if there's nothing written on the page? Hold on a second here. Maria ending. Do not examine Mary's photo and or letter at least twice. Okay, maybe I shouldn't examine this letter just to be safe, even if there's nothing written on it. I wanted to point out something here. After you kill Eddie, there is nothing written on the letter. The letter that you get at the start of the game, there's nothing written on the page once you get past the Eddie fight. The text disappears. And later on in the game, the whole letter disappears. The page, the envelope, the whole thing disappears. And now when we come out after the boss fight, we're all the way back up at the Historical Society. I love this, just the distance that we travel, just a tiny little bit. We went from the Historical Society over to the boat launch. We're back up on the surface, even though we didn't climb up any stairs or go up any elevators. It was all illusory. Yeah, I guess I can just save, right? If we look at our letter, there's nothing written on the stationery. Okay. I don't use the channeling stone here, I don't think. I use it when I get to the hotel. Oh, wait, no! Okay, but we still need to use it in one more location. Okay, I'm glad I remembered to test it there. Oh man, okay, let's take our boat ride. One cool thing about this boat ride is that on hard difficulty, hard action difficulty, they completely changed the controls for this. On normal difficulty, you can just use the left analog stick. You move left, James will go left. You press up, James will move up. But on hard mode, they really try and simulate it properly, with where the right analog stick controls the right oar and the left one controls the left oar. And for the left one, you have to move it counterclockwise in a circle, and for the right oar, you have to go clockwise in a circle. And you have to do them both at the same time, so they're both circling at the same time. Actually, I think I got the oars mixed up there. When I said left, I should have been saying right, and when I said right, I should have been saying left. But yeah, when you do it in hard mode, it kind of feels like you're actually... it feels more like you're controlling the oars. It feels more like what you would actually be doing with a real boat if you were really rowing. It can be a real pain in the ass, especially if you want to do a 10-star difficulty run, because you're on a time limit for the 10-star, and you have to learn how to get really good at it. We're getting close. Nice. I can't remember, Carl. I can't remember if you're allowed to do it at a really slow pace. Classic. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. So good, man. They just nail so many of these little moments in Silent Hill 2. The howl. They really know when to play up to the horror tropes. Without ever getting too cliche with it. There's the light. That is a bright fucking light, man. We saw that all the way from over there. Okay, so before we go inside, if we go over here, we can find a Little Mermaid music box. Music box with a figure from the fairy tale The Little Mermaid attached, found at the garden fountain. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. There's no hidden or secret areas to row to? No. There is a mysterious island in the middle of the lake. This spot right here. And you do go there, but only in a cutscene. And you never get to see what's really on the island. You know that you can see that there's a church there. And, James travels to the church in an attempt to resurrect Mary. In an attempt to bring her back to life in the rebirth ending. But you never really get to see clearly what the place is like. You never get to see the result of the ceremony, the ritual that James tries to perform. That's one of the endings that I'm going for in this playthrough, by the way. You'll get to see it. It's one of the NG Plus endings, one of the sort of secret endings that you have to unlock. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. Yeah, I really like the rebirth ending. It's very spooky and mysterious. Seeing James row over to this mysterious island and you never really get to see it fully. But that makes it better, I think. It has that mystery, that feeling of the unknown. You really see James go off the deep end, and you never get to see the result of what actually happened. But it doesn't seem good. Okay. Let's go inside. The sounds here, man, some of my favorite. Waiting for you. What's this? Room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe. Again, another really tiny moment in the game, but also another one of my favorite moments in the game, just arriving at the hotel, hearing these sounds and seeing the message from Mary. You know, calling back to the letter at the end of the letter, how she said she was waiting for you at the end, her last line, and here it is, written on the hotel room. What did we pick up here? Thinner. Small can filled with thinner. It was lying inside the elevator. Okay, let's check in at the reception here. What's going on? Mr. James Sunderland, the videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. Okay, you were expecting me. This place is in pretty good condition. Nice little messages laid out for me. This almost seems too good to be true. Key to room 312. The key to the room where Mary and I stayed. So I can just go straight up to my room, no problem. There's a rectangular indentation. There's a plate in front of the indentation and something is engraved on it. When the lost one is returned, the sour note shall turn sweet. Play the music box. This doesn't sound quite right. Is this music box broken? Or maybe... When the lost one is returned, the sour note shall turn sweet. Oh, for this puzzle, there isn't even really a puzzle. We just place down the music boxes on this difficulty. Yeah, they all have the same thing. Okay. Well, we have one of them. The Little Mermaid. I think someone asked there if I'm going to go up to the 3rd floor. Yeah, I'm going to do that right now. We're going to try and go up to Mary. There she is, apparently, waiting for us beyond the gate.
James!
And we hear her calling out at the last second, right before we hit the loading screen. So pretty, man. Something about just the way the light and the colors look here. We get the fish key. An empty plate, a knife, and a fork. That's all. Nothing much of interest.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Yeah, I love that theme. It's beautiful. I think it's called Laura Plays the Piano. A drawing done by Laura. A cat. A fox. Let's go over and take a look at the piano. There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good. But I still love to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? Finish him. Ugh, the way they deflate. Yeah, Nico, I mean, I guess we'll see. What keys do I have? The fish key, the key to room 312, the thinner. I'm very tired. That's why I did it, honey. I couldn't watch you suffer. No, that's not the truth. I hated you. I couldn't suffer your piano playing. I wanted my life back. James, if that were true, then why are you so sad? Fairy Light Queen, thank you for gifting a sub to Swimmer. I want my ears back. The truth is I hated you. I wanted my ears back. So here we use the fish key. To get another key in the briefcase. This time the key to hotel room 204. Oh no, Mr. Man. I really like your really like how you changed it from honey to baby. That's why I did it, baby. I was so fucking sad seeing you suffer. I just couldn't fucking take it anymore. Yeah. Oh no. Have they shown James talking in gameplay at all in any of the footage they've released? They'll use the word babe. They're not going to use the word babe. I don't think so. They were hyper focused on combat. There's a book open on top of the desk. It looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. Okay. James to do a roundhouse kick. QTE Resident Evil 4 style. Roundhouse. Big clanking sound effects when you kick Pyramid Head in his helmet. Critical hit on Pyramid Head. Knock his helmet off. Oh, did I do that again? Yeah, the hunting rifle has piercing, doesn't it? Where you can kill two enemies like that. I went right through both of the abstract daddies there. Look at that. I think. Unless one shot hit the first guy and one shot hit the second guy and they both died to one shot each. I don't think so. Those burned curtains look really good. And what do we have here? Moan. Photos are scattered all over the bed. If you look at these pictures, you can see that they're all the Silent Hill 2 characters. You can see Eddie and Angela, Mary, James. What's this? Part of the photo has been colored over with a marker. Well, we use our thinner. Look. And we get our second music box. This time, Cinderella. Music box with a figure from the fairy tale Cinderella attached. Found inside trunk in room 202. Sometimes you'll hear crying when you walk past this room. feel like I haven't heard it in the last few playthroughs. The shelf is empty. What's this? There's a notice above the button. Weight allowance, 1 person. Oh. No, they're not calling me fat. What they're telling me to do here is to pull all of this shit out of my ass here. Because you may have noticed, I have a fucking great knife stuck up my ass. I have a chainsaw stuck up my ass. A steel pipe. A wooden plank. A hunting rifle. A shotgun. All sorts of medical items and ceremonial objects and chalices and UFO emblems. I got a big tome here, this big ass book. So, yeah, we need to remove all this shit. You can actually take the letter and the photograph with you. But we're not going to do that because we don't want the leave ending. If you take those with you, you're more likely to get the leave ending. But we're going to leave them. At least I think that's another thing that affects the leave ending. I always thought it was. Yeah, we have to go completely naked here. OSP. And now we get a hotel map, but this one is for employees. I think I might be a little bit behind on thanking certain people here. Fairy Light Queen gifted a sub to Swimmer a few minutes ago. Also an hour ago, Fairy Light Queen gifted a sub to Garan. Thank you very much for that too. You know what? How about I hand out another gift bomb here? Enjoy. And in the pantry here, we get our final music box, the Snow White music box. Yeah, actually, I wish I didn't just gift out 10, and I wish I asked people in chat, asked who wanted a sub, like I did earlier, just to make sure people are actually watching. Because, yeah, I don't like the idea of people having to watch ads at the end of Silent Hill 2 during the emotional scenes and the letter and everything. And maybe the people I gifted to are AFK. You know, maybe they're not even watching. Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Kitsunema. Cheers. And Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Cannabis Poppy. And Fairy Light, thank you for gifting a sub to Glamard. DevChan gifted a sub to Shinlane. Thank you, everyone. Cheers. Oh, we found our videotape. This is where the manager sent us. There's a can opener beneath the videotape. Toughness with the 21 months as well, thank you. Ruminator as well with the gifted sub to Tricidia. Mepaz with the 5-pack as well. Cheers. Guys, thank you for all the generosity. Cheers. It's been a lot of fun doing this little 24-hour anniversary marathon. So if we come back to this room later, when we get our flashlight back, we can get another interesting little detail. It's the only reason you would have to come back. Normally, there's no reason to come back here, but if we do, once we get our stuff back, you can find a little secret, an interesting little secret. Go. We don't have our radio anymore to warn us of monsters. Oh, man. Yeah, I always have a fun time coming back to Silent Hill. Right now, I'm feeling a little bit too tired, but that's to be expected. But it's not a bad game to play tired either. It kind of works with the whole dreamy vibes. There's a can with no label on it. And here, of course, is where we get our canned light bulbs. There's light bulbs in the can. Spicoli Andretti. with the Prime sub as well. Thank you very much. Big Weld with the 2 as well. Cheers. Thank you. Ooh, these pretty colors here. Love this bar. Can you move, James? James, are you okay? There's a jukebox here. It doesn't play, so it must be broken. And here we get this absurd little interaction. I tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole. So now we turn around, and lo and behold, there just so happens to be a light pointing directly at the keyhole. And wouldn't you know, it needs a light bulb. There's a lamp on the counter, but there's no light bulb, so I can't turn it on. So, of course, we use the light bulb we just found and stick it in. Now the door is being illuminated, so we can now use our key. Oh shit, you almost got me. Can't he just feel the hole? You don't have any options for feeling holes. Actually, that's complete bullshit. You have loads of options for feeling holes in Silent Hill 2. Yeah, James should really want to feel the hole. You should have an interaction to reach into the hole and fiddle around. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're playing at there. Let's go back this way. Now we can get our stuff back. So now we're going to retrace our steps. Go back through the bar. Love how the enemies are gone when you come back there. So remember how I was saying about this room? When we get our flashlight back, we can come back and find a little secret. Well, again, earlier, because it was too dark, we were unable to interact with this. That's often what happens when you can't use your flashlight in any areas that are kind of dark. You'll just be prevented from your usual interactions because you can't see properly. But now that we have our light back, we can look at this little radiator over here. There's a heater here. Before we couldn't get this interaction. There was just nothing. On the back, in small letters, it says, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." And that's it. And it's really strange because the "I'm Johnny, one hot guy" thing is written in this blue text. I don't think there's any other piece of text in the game like that for flavor text like this. It's very strange. I'm Johnny, one hot guy. I'm assuming is like the slogan that's that this brand uses for their heaters. But it also makes me wonder if this is supposed to be like a meaningful tie-in to what's going on in the hotel. Maybe this is trying to show us how the hotel burned down. A lot of people interpret that this first version of the hotel is kind of like the Otherworld version, where it's more like the illusion, and then later on we see the hotel in its burned down state, and that's more like how it is in reality. You get that burning man picture in the prison, which shows the whole hotel up in flames. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is how the hotel fire started in reality. This heater right underneath a curtain here. Maybe it set fire to this curtain. I'm just throwing out ideas here. I have no idea. Maybe it's just a little gag with no meaning behind it. Hold on 1 second. Maybe the Johnny is actually MGS Johnny. And he ties into all this somehow. Okay. Okay, I think we're ready. Oh yeah, let me just check something. If I... Oh wait, no, it's a different map. Oh, whatever. And we get our hotel stairway key. What a banger. UFO ending now or UFO ending later? Later, I think, is better. Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then. Love how jarring this room is. It always stands out. How bright it is. It's like a whole other world compared to the rest of the whole game. Probably something about the kind of colors you see in here as well that you don't see anywhere else. Brighter colors. Everything is so clean, too. Spotless. Look at this room.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here.
Remember the apartments and the body in front of the TV?
Laura, I'm sorry.
Here it is.
Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James?
That voice!
James? Please hurry. Are you lost? I'm here. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? James. Please, James. 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 James.
I love it. Even after admitting to what he's done, he's convinced himself once again that there's hope. Somehow. That voice. It's like he's possessed. Wait a second! I overwrote a save that I shouldn't have overwrote. I think I fucked it, chat. We might not be able to get the UFO ending. Maybe we can still get it. Anyway, we'll check that later. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm allowed to make these mistakes. At least we got it in Silent Hill 1. This music, man, every time. I don't think that affects it, actually. This is James's brain right now. This is my brain right now.
Mary's going to die? You must be
You
joking.
must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
So a lot of people interpret that as where, that's where James got the 3 years thing from. Mary didn't die 3 years ago, but that's where it stemmed from. The best possible outcome. And up here, if I can grab it, Crimson Ceremony. Love that image as well of the bed just floating in the sky, in the clouds. The same bed that we see Maria sit on earlier in the prison sequence. Mary's hospital bed. The title is Crimson Ceremony. Speak, I am the Crimson One. The lies and the mist are not they, but I. You all know that I am one. Yes, and the one is I. Believers, hearken to me. 20 score men and 7,000 beasts. Heed my words and speak at them to all, that they shall ever be obeyed, even under the light of the proud and merciless sun. I shall bring down bitter vengeance upon thee, and thou shalt suffer my eternal wrath. The beauty of the withering flower and the last struggles of the dying man, they are my blessings. Thou shalt ever call upon me and all that is me in the place that is silent. O proud fragrance of life which flies towards the heart, O cup which brims with the whitest of wine, it is in thee that all begins. Pretty metal. Pretty hardcore. But do I want to do the rebirth ending right now? I don't think so. I think I want to shoot for the Maria ending first, and then I'll show this one afterwards. So we're actually going to load again. I wonder, does this affect the ending, listening to the doctor note? Let me check. Why are the markings purple all of a sudden? I love this part. When we're going through some of these rooms, we're actually stepping through portals, taking us from one side of the map to the other. I love the way the lying figures look under the water. Oh my god, man. Life support. Someone's dying breaths.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
Oh boy. This shot here. The stairs looking like a fucking mountain. Each step she takes looks like it's in slow motion. It's like weighs a ton every time to lift each foot up to the next step. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. There's no getting past that. It's quite disturbing at the start when she, you know, she's completely deranged, seeing James and thinking it's her mother. But what she says there is significant too, you know. Now you're the only one left. What does she mean by that? You're the only one left? That she's the last person left in the family. The father is dead. She killed the father. The brother is dead. We don't know if she killed the brother, I don't think. I think she did. And now she's the only one left. She came here in search of her mother, but also, it would seem, to kill her mother. Maybe then I can rest. I wonder if she was planning on killing herself after that, you know, it was like, she felt she needed to get rid of the whole family, including herself. Because I don't think she thought killing her mother would just magically fix her. Because she did seem to really love her mother and told, you know, think that her word was the gospel. You know, with even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. If Mama said I deserved to be sexually abused at the hands of my father, I mean, how can I argue with that? Mama would never lie. Mama would never be incorrect. But at the same time, she seems to wish to kill her own mother. Yeah, I mean, Ito has said that the two figures represent the father and the brother, these two. It's quite disturbing as well at the start of the scene, how it just opens with her staring at this figure on the right. And the way both of them seem to be all kind of bloodied and stained around the crotch area as well. Fire, don't cross the line. I overwrote the save again.
Stop! Leave her alone! Leave us both the hell alone! Ah!
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
Ooh, the step back. Listen to this badass. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of his delivery of that line. I don't think the scene as a whole is cheesy at all, but that line delivery is it should not have been done that way, I don't think. He sounds like an edgelord. Now it's time to end this. You're not a fucking superhero, James. I love this theme. Oh, I'm taking so many hits. Fuck. Being so careless. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. It looks like he's holding something. A rust-colored egg. I love that ritualistic suicide that they have there. So cool the way it's performed. You don't kill Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head is unkillable. If Pyramid Head dies, he kills himself. And the other one has a scarlet egg. I don't think they always kill themselves in the exact same position like this, but I'm not sure. The rust-colored egg. It's about the size of a quail's egg. Interesting how they specify that. How they compare it to a quail's egg. Pyramid Head was holding it. And the scarlet egg, again, about the size of a quail's egg. Pyramid Head was holding it. Some people theorize that there's one Pyramid Head for each sin, for each murder. That one is to represent Mary, and the other one is the more recent killing of Eddie. The rust-colored being the older one, and the scarlet egg being the newer one. The rust being Mary, and the scarlet being Eddie. I'm not sure what to make of that theory. It's kind of cool. Doesn't matter which way you insert them into the locks here. There's a round indentation in the door. Both of them have the round indentation, but it doesn't matter how you place them. Love this face here. This guy doesn't look like he's in good shape. Look at all that drool.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
The moment of truth. What's it gonna be? We got the Maria ending. Love how the staircase just silently falls like that.
James, I've been waiting.
Mary. I'm sorry it took so long.
Didn't you want to see me?
Yes, I wanted to see you. Even an illusion of you. That's why I came here.
It's not true, is it? You killed me.
I couldn't watch you suffer.
Don't make excuses, James. I know I was a burden on you. You must have hated me. That's why you got rid of me.
It's true. I may have had some of those feelings. It was a long 3 years. I was tired.
That's why you needed this Maria person? James, do you really think I would ever forgive you for what you did?
Let's do it.
James. 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 James.
Okay, he doesn't do it.
James. 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 You killed Mary again?
That wasn't Mary. Mary's gone. That was just something Maria? Maria,
What, James?
I want you. I want you with me.
Are you sure?
Come on. Let's get out of here.
What about Mary?
It's okay. I have you.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me. but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
You'd better do something about that cough.
Jeez. Dear God. It's pretty brutal listening to the letter during that ending. With the Maria ending, it just feels like an absolute betrayal. My God. I'm gonna let these credits play. Last time I played the game, I skipped them by mistake. And now we get our beautiful post-credits theme, our results theme, which is so soothing. Ah. Oh. Again, one thing that I really don't like about this enhanced edition, it's a small detail, but it really matters. It really makes a difference. There needs to be a longer pause between killing Mary, landing the final blow on Mary. There needs to be a longer pause between that moment and the following cutscene. Because the loading is so fast on the enhanced edition, as soon as you land that blow, it's boom, final cutscene, and James is outside in Rosewater Park. You need that 5 seconds, but you need the 5 seconds space to breathe and to pace the story. Okay, that's over. Now we're gonna wait. Now we're fading to another scene. James is somewhere else instead of BAM! Smash cut. James is somewhere else. I think also for the credits, they cut to the credits too quickly. After the final scene. Tiny little details, but important details, I think. It stands out to me as being kind of jarring when it so quickly moves from scene to scene. I wonder if there's a way to fix that on the enhanced edition. I wonder if anyone else had brought that up to them. I think next time I'll try and play it on an emulator. and see what the emulated version is like. PS2 emulated. Ba-dam, ba-da-lam, ba-dam, bam, ba-da-la-da-dam, bam, 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 ba-dam. Ba-dam, bam, ba-da-lam, ba-da-la-da-da. But yeah, man, that ending is fucking brutal. It almost feels like an insult to Mary that they play the letter during that ending. It's like, oh, it just doesn't feel good. Seeing him leave with Maria after listening to that heartfelt speech where she's, you know, stopping herself from crying halfway through it. And then he leaves with this thing. You better do something about that cough. Oh boy. Yeah, those were real tears. The voice actor for Mary, she had to genuinely hold in the tears while reciting the letter. She's a great VA, man. She does a great job in this whole game, voicing Maria and Mary and all the different facets of Maria. But yeah, that letter is really the killer moment. Great performance, very real. Monica Taylor Horgan is her name. I'm not sure if she did much outside of Silent Hill. But legendary. And yeah, man, I overwrote my save. Again. So, let me just see here. How far can I actually go back if I load this save? I'm curious to see. Do we have time for Born from a Wish? Yeah, we'll do Born from a Wish. I think maybe they'll let me go back to the elevator, but then I won't be able to go anywhere from there. Yeah. Oh, they put those there. Right before the final boss? Yeah, that's not good enough. I need to be earlier than the final boss. That's okay. We can do them another time. At least we got our Maria ending, which is what we were mainly aiming for. God damn it. Oh man, I'm so tired. Sorry, for the last few hours, you know, normally I would have done a lot more commentary talking about little details and the story of the game and everything, but I was just too tired to really dig deeper into it. You know, you really need to be able to think. And when I'm this tired, I just can't really fucking think properly. I have to keep it simple. Let's go back to the main menu.